Hello. Hello, everybody. Give me a second. I gotta go use the bathroom, and then we'll get started. Hello, chat. Hello. Hello, Jesus. Hello, LeMay. Oh my gosh. So, my week has been tumultuous, I guess is the right word for it. Hello, Nabiru. Nice, Jesus. I'm so happy for you. I know you've been looking forward to that. I just gotta post in all the places that I'm live. Should probably post on my Discord. Okay. That's the Discord shares for now. Now let's post up on... Okay. All right. Also, if you haven't liked the stream yet and you're watching on YouTube, please be sure to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out and getting more people in here. Okay. Got it posted in all the places. Let me get to where I can monitor everything. Hey, Noel Main. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. Let's get to just chatting screen. Hello, everybody. Alrighty, so my week has been kind of up and down. So I in order to get my temporary disability turned on, I had requested some documents, right? And I was hoping, since I requested those documents at the beginning of last week, that those would come at the beginning of this week because they said it would take a week. They didn't come, and it was stressful. I've also been really tired, and I've been cutting back on my Honkai Star Rail stuff this week, just because I've just been tired and working on other things, and I've been working on a lot of Lancer stuff actually. I've been doing a lot of Lancer stuff with like NPC creation and experimenting with different NPCs and stuff. And a lot of that's been really interesting. That's been really interesting and fun. And I've been just dealing with that and doing prep work for Lancer sessions and kind of working on that a bunch this week. But then today, well, last night into this morning, I couldn't sleep when I went to bed because I was exhausted. I don't know what I was feeling. I was feeling a lot of things. I had a lot of thoughts bouncing around in my head, and I'd started trying to work on making a new NPC template or a new type of NPC for Lancer because I wanted something that could do area denial, that would do stuff like make certain areas like where you can't see out of them in order to force the players to move. Because I've noticed that there's a thing going on where like over the course of a mission, one of my players on my Sunday group will literally just stand in one spot and then just not move they'll get to one spot and not move the entire mission. They'll just stand there essentially like a turret, doing ranged attack. And I'm like, no, I want you to be moving and interacting and interacting with the environment. So I've been working on some area denial stuff. I have some ideas. I think my first idea was a bit too strong, so it's going to need to be toned down and modified. But like, it feels weird to be like singling out like a specific player, but as much as like I want everyone to be moving and it affects everyone to a certain extent, you know? And so that's a thing I've been tinkering with. Yeah. And then today, then I couldn't sleep last night because every time I tried to sleep, my mind kept going to the... Actually, hold on, let me check the AC. It's getting warm in here. Give me a second. All right, it is. I set my AC to kick in at when it goes above 77, and it is 77. I guess it's just hot right now. So then this morning I got up, I made some food, took my medicine, and I checked my email, and I have I try not to invoke the I'm the GM and it happens because I say so rule very much, because I like to maintain some level of like I'm following the rules and the players are following the rules in order to create an expectation for the players of like a fair expectation of what's going to occur. So there are different things I can do. Like I could use the barricade NPC to create size 2 cover that like people couldn't just see around. But like I need to start challenging some of the players. And the thing is, the player who is standing at the way back and just not interacting with the environment or much of the mechanics of the mission is doing more damage than everybody else, is like being this intense DPS. And I'm like, well, this person's proving themselves to be a great threat, so it would make sense that the enemies would start to target them. But yeah, so this morning I get an email for informed delivery. It's this thing that USPS has in my area. I don't know if it's a nationwide thing, but it's called informed delivery, and it lets you know if you have mail coming in. So I got an informed delivery that told me that I had a letter coming in from Social Security. And I'm like, that must be one of the documents I requested. It's not the main document I want because they said that would take a month, but it is the document that I requested. Hello, Silva. Hello. So I was like, great, that's awesome. I just gotta wait for the mail to come in and I'll submit it online, and then I'll call and make appointments next week, and I'll get my temporary disability turned back on. Cool, awesome, outstanding. And I'm like, that's one hurdle cleared. And I finally managed to lay down around like noon. And it's funny, I woke up like 7:30 and I was so out of it, chat. I was so out of it when I woke up that like I thought it was Saturday. And I'm like, oh, got anime night. I should probably get up for that. Blah, 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 blah. And then I'm like, and it took me a while for my brain to catch up and be like, wait, no, today's Friday, not Saturday. And then I was like, okay, let me go get my mail and I'll handle this stuff with submitting this document online after, before I do stream, right? So I go to get my mail. I open the door and there is a letter taped to the door. There is a letter taped to my door, chat. I open the letter and it has my name on it. Actually, it doesn't have my name on it. It has a misspelling of my name. They misspelled my name on the letter. But it did say tenant, so I know that it means me. And so they left me this letter on my door, and I opened the letter, and the letter is from my landlord, chat. And my landlord in this letter is claiming that I owe back rent from April to this month. And I'm like, hold on. This is a mess. This is absolutely ridiculous. And they're like, you have to pay us $181.20 within 10 days or else we're going to file an eviction notice for you. And I'm like, hold on. So I went digging through my receipts because I keep my receipts. And I have the receipts for the money orders that I purchased for rent for those months. And I have the receipts from purchasing them, and I have the back end, the stubs from the money orders. So I took pictures of all of them, and like I saved the pictures, and I took a picture of one of the envelopes that I put in the drop slot. And that's one thing that's kind of sketchy about where I live. They were like, our office is closed because COVID, so people can't come inside, and we can't offer receipts because we have too many people that live here, so we can't give receipts to everyone every time you drop off a payment, but if you put it in this drop slot, we'll find it. So I put it in an envelope, and I put it in the drop slot. And they told me they'd find it. And they're like, you can, if you give us a couple of days, you can call to get confirmation that we received the payment. Well, social anxiety and trying to trust and all of that stuff, I didn't call them. I didn't call them after to make sure they had the payment. So that's been a whole thing. And I was like, what do I do with this? Because like, I have these pictures, and I'm like, I'm sure if I took it to court, I mean, I don't have pictures of me actually putting it in the drop slot, but like, I'm sure if I took it to court and was like, here's the proof of me buying the money orders for these things, exact amount of what my rent is, and here's bank statement showing that that money did not go back into my bank account. I don't know. I'll have to contact them and be like, hey, do you understand that my name is spelled differently? And they're closed on the weekend, so I can't contact them till Monday. So like, it's a whole thing where like, it's like one problem gets solved. Well, not even solved. One problem gets worked on, which getting this document that I still have to submit in order to try to get my temporary disability turned back on. And there's no guarantee they're going to accept that, right? So there is one thing is getting like progress. And then another thing just kind of pops up. Like it feels like I just can't win, you know? And like, there's part of me that wants to be like, okay, why don't I just give them the money and get them off my back? Because the thing is, if I can't get a free lawyer, which there is, there are restrictions on like if you can get a free lawyer, and I know I've heard horror stories about like free lawyers not really putting in a whole bunch of work because they're getting paid the bare minimum. Not any shade against lawyers, but I've heard those stories because a lot of those lawyers are getting like inundated with massive numbers of cases and all that jazz. But like, yeah, it is kind of, maybe not shady is the right word. Maybe it is more awkward than shady, Nabaru. But it is, the thing is, and you know what's weird is I also saw my neighbor had a notice on their door. It had like fallen off their door, but there was a notice in front of my neighbor's door that looked like it was the same kind of notice. And it didn't have a name on it, so I went to open it up because I'm like, it was on the floor, and I'm like, is this for me too? And it had my neighbor's house number on it, so I just put it in front of their door. And And it looked like it was the same kind of notice where they were filing a "we didn't get your rent money" notice. And like, that's sketchy that like me and my neighbor, they didn't get rent money from. And then the amount that they're saying, because they're not listing any late fees, they're just listing a principal amount. Hey, Nevermore, I was just talking about some stuff that's going on in my life. My landlord left a notice on my door today that said that they didn't get my rent for like the last 4 months. Oh no, Nevermore. Why is it awesome? I presume that's sarcasm. Oh, the place sucked? Oh, it's not sarcasm? Okay. Oh, geez. Hopefully you can find something better, Nevermore. So, lost 3 people in 1 week. Goodness gravy. And yeah, red flags. I could see that. But yeah, so there's this whole thing where like I have images of me of all of my receipts for buying the money orders for the exact amount of my rent. Oh, geez. Yeah, if they cancel your contract, then like you're out. They can't just cancel your contract and be like, "Oh, can you work the rest of the week?" No. It always bugs me when jobs are like that, not like completely disrespecting their employees. But yeah, so like that was just looming over my head. I wasn't sure if I was going to start stream late. Yeah, it was a whole red flag. Not even a little red flag, whole big red flag. I see what you mean. Hello, anime lover. Good to see you. Let's not dox workplaces, anime lover. No doxing. Let's not talk about exact names of workplaces. Yeah, Noel Main. Crimson flags, exactly. Just work for a hospital. Okay. What do you mean, dang, anime lover? Yeah, that is ridiculous, Nevermore. But so one thing, like I posted on my Facebook about like, hey, can people keep me in your prayers because this stuff's happening with my rent? And somebody was like, one of my family members was like, hey, you're probably gonna have to go to court, but it's fine because you have receipts, so you should win. And one of my other friends kind of commented on it, was like, you're gonna have to pay for court fees. You're gonna have to pay for court fees if you have to go to court for this. And I have to decide, like, is it gonna cost me more than $181 to handle court fees? Is this just an extortion racket where they're just like, we're going to file a claim because we know we're going to file a small claim because we know it's going to cost you more to defend yourself from the small claim than it is to just pay us. If there's someone managed to deposit your payment or cash it in combination with others to hide the actual amount, it would be hard. Yeah. Yeah, sausage capitalism, Noel, man. How do you say my Twitch name? Oriansenshi. Well, the thing is, everybody kind of deposits everyone gives them the whatchamacallit payments within a certain time frame. Everyone gives them the monthly rental payments. You get to write full time. Nice, Nevermore. That's the silver lining, right? I'm not sure if I've heard that term before, Noel, main sausage capitalism. But I know it is capitalism. Just they make a small claim that's so small that like it'd cost me more to resolve it. Starting to sound like a job for some meddling kids and their dog. Oh goodness. I hope it was just an error. But I can't call them. By the time I saw it, it was too late. Right? So, like, I have to call them on Monday and be like, oh, what's this about? And the thing is, I got donations of money to cover my electric bill, right? Anime Lover gave me a stretch. Thank you for the stretch. Doing a way big stretch. Yeah, I don't know. Like this was a hand, like it was printed out, but like it was a printed out form, but there was hand filled out parts of it, and it was hand signed. Well, it was hand signed. When I'm like, I don't know what's going on here, because they didn't call me. They didn't call me. They didn't say anything about like, hey, you owe us this money until this notice. And like, what gets me is the amount they're asking for isn't even like, so they're asking, they're saying that I owe rent from April to July, right? That's 4 months. Right? Yeah, I have to call them when I can. So they're saying that I owe them for 4 months. My rent is $52 a month. They're asking for less than $200. So the amount they're asking for isn't even the amount that would fill in that gap. Right? Excuse me. So like, it just, the math isn't mathing, and I'm wondering, because I did have to call for like the exterminator to come and to get some maintenance done. And I'm wondering if there was something buried in there where like I have to pay some portion of the stuff for the maintenance or whatever, but it says it's for late rent. It's for owed rent on the form. But like, I'll have to call them Monday and be like, I can show you pictures. Right? I feel like after Sausage must be some kind of an analogy. Let me check. So let me check on that. Let me check on that, chat. Let's look at this. Sausage capitalism examples. I'm not seeing any references to it. So what I'm seeing is some reference of a thing about like sausage and lawmaking and laws. You never, if you want to enjoy them, I think it's like sausage and politics. If you want to enjoy them, never watch either of them being made or something. Maybe that's it, Noel, man. Something like some kind of analogy where like sausage, because I've heard that thing like if you enjoy sausage, don't watch how it's made. Or some kind of reference about like whenever stuff gets in the nitty gritty of politics, or some reference like this is how the sausage gets made. All the ugly and slimy things that happen over the course of a bill becoming a law. So that might be something. No, I wasn't really talking politics, Nevermore. Noel Main. Yeah, the cartoon on about how bills are made. I remember that. Yes, that was funny. Someone on YouTube, watching on YouTube, had made a reference to when I was talking about the stuff going on with my landlord. They made a reference to sausage capitalism, and I didn't know what that was a reference to, so I went to look it up. Oh, The Simpsons made a version of it? That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So yeah, it's like one problem gets kind of solved, and then the next problem just kind of creeps up on it. And what's this? Oh. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. What is this? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. That was silly. I just watched that. We need another... Gosh, that's so dark. Oh, the trailer for Captain America 4 is out? That's cool, Silva. Sausage is... Oh, things get... So you say you're... Noel, man, you say whenever things get tough... It's a dog's world and we're the sausage. Oh, okay. Sausage is the metaphor for how capitalism treats us. Got it. I think I get it, Noel, man. I think I get it. It's a dog's world and we're the sausage. I like it. Mm-hmm. Anyway, before we go off the deep end and get too deep into all of that stuff, I was just talking about some of the stuff that's going on in my week as I've been struggling. I've been struggling to get everything sorted and situated. Yeah. What was it? There was some, I think it was like a Toy Story thing where like there was a Barbie character that was like, power comes from the consent of the governed, or governmental power comes from the consent of the governed, and anything else is tyranny. Something like that. Anyway, sorry. Let's dial it back. Let's dial it back. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's also true, Nevermore. We're the ones who decide how much the money is worth. Yeah. Yeah, let's, before we go off the deep end, because we could talk about all that stuff for hours, literally for hours. But let's not get all in on that. It's You've been off the deep end since you were 12. Oh no, Silva. Oh no. So this doesn't kind of. I guess I could use some of this stuff for the story, and it is oddly relevant to the story that I'm going to be talking about today. Today, the point of today's stream is for me to share a story idea that I have been kicking around for the last, I'd say, week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. Actually, I could probably backtrack to know exactly when that idea started. If I go back to my messages and scroll up to when I said to Okusen my first draft of the idea. Here we go. Yeah, so it's about a week ago is when I had the idea first. So, let me... Oh, it would help if I open the... Which there is a little bit of political stuff in this story. I tried to make it a silly, fun story, but every time I try to make a silly, fun story, it just slides sideways. But let me... Okay. Close that. Close that. Oh my gosh, I've been experimenting with this stuff about building Lancer combat encounters for like the last week and learning a bunch of stuff with that, which has been interesting. More humanism these days? Okay, Nevermore. Hello, Kimberly. It's nice to see you in stream. Welcome in. All right. So I guess it's not so much politics as much as like this story makes some references to some kind of like economic social structure. And that kind of plays in core to the story, right? Yeah, now that I'm reading it, I realized I did some silly stuff with it. I'll go over what I have and we'll try to like expand on it from there. No problem, Kimberly. Yeah, that is a hard genre, right, Nevermore. Welcome in. I guess you must have saw one of my posts inviting people to come to the stream. But it is good to see you. Also, for anyone watching on YouTube, yeah, it's great. For anyone watching on YouTube, please be sure to like the stream. It helps the algorithm to get it out in front of other people. Getting likes while the stream is going is kind of key. Yeah, in order to make some stuff more exciting, I can see stuff sliding into conspiracy theory territory, Nevermore. Anyway. Let me... Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Okay, so tonight's story. Let me move to the right channel. Okay. Writing stream. Huzzah! Cool. All right. So tonight's story idea that I want to share with all of you, and it's funny that you mention Nabiru, me being a Sentai and Mecha fan, because this is a Sentai / Power Ranger based story. It's not referring to either of those by name or any extension of those franchises, but it is a reference to them. So Ginyu Force, that's another one. But one of the things I like about Super Sentai and about Power Rangers is the super in Sentai, the super robots, the mechs, the Zords, the machines. So my idea here is, what if instead of 5 teenagers with attitude, we have 5 middle-aged adults with depression? Thank you, Kimberly. So the idea here is I want 5 people that are working stereotypically, air quotes, dead-end jobs. When I say dead-end jobs, I mean it's jobs that conservatives normally think of as they're like, oh, that's just a job teenagers do as an entry-level job, never really acknowledging the fact that like people in all jobs deserve to be respected and deserve to make a living wage. But like these jobs that like are normally just seen as unskilled labor, right? So I was working with so I was looking at delivery driver, lawn care worker, dishwasher, fast food worker, like in like a kind of a cook in a McDonald's or something, what they would call a burger flipper, and a retail employee, like a shelf stocker. I don't know why that looks like it's spelled wrong. And I had some other ideas for like a possible 6th ranger. I was looking at like a garbage man or a warehouse worker. But and I was kicking around ideas. So the basic idea I want is a grave digger. I never even thought about that, Nevermore. McDonald's. Burger Prince, oh goodness. So basic idea. Hello, country girl. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, blue collar rangers. The the ideas that I want is for them to be able to transform into like an armored form, right? To use powers and summon weapons, and then to be able to summon giant robots. And the themes I'm going here is I wanted to go with the theme of machines versus magic, right? And I'll get into that more whenever I explain about the villains. I was kind of inspired by some of the stuff you see in Power Rangers Zeo, where like the Zeo Rangers are powered by this Zeo crystal and have this like almost mystical power source, right? Whereas the Machine Empire is all of this like industry and military might and machines and robots. And I kind of wanted to kind of replicate some of that conflict, right? And the other theme I wanted to explore here is the intense sense of responsibility that it takes to survive working in these fields. Because I've worked in some of these fields, and I've worked as I worked as a lawn care worker growing up. I've worked as a dishwasher. I've worked as a retail employee. I haven't worked as a fast food worker, but I have worked as a warehouse worker and as a delivery driver. And like for those jobs, in order to succeed and excel at those jobs, like you have to take a lot of responsibility on, right? Because you keep having things. A lot of these jobs are crucial to keeping businesses running, right? And very often employers will lean on the employees in order to get the employees to do more work, to carry more of that burden. And so much is reliant on the sense of responsibility that people in these fields experience. And I wanted to like really kind of do something with that. I'm not saying my experience is universal to everyone who's worked in every experience. Yeah. I'm not saying my experiences are universal to everyone who's worked these jobs. I'm just saying I'm speaking from my experience. So basic premise. 5 friends are on a camping trip that they've been planning for years. They finally all got time off. Nice, Nevermore. They finally all got their time off to line up. While they're out looking at the stars and drinking, they see a shooting star, except it keeps getting bigger. It crashes not too far from them, and they realize it had to be some kind of a spaceship, and they rush off to see if anyone was hurt in the crash. As they arrive, they find a crumpled space pod. It takes them a second, but they find, I'll say it takes them some time. But they find an emergency hatch and pull out some kind of alien. So they find this alien. And if this is sounding like Animorphs, then you are right that is kind of where I got a lot of the idea, because I was very much inspired by the introduction from Animorphs, where they found, was it Elfangor? And were gifted powers. Yes. Definitely Country Girl. A lot of people's childhood. So she tells them that humanity isn't alone in the universe. There is an entire intergalactic community. I watched the Guyver anime Nevermore. I didn't watch the Guyver American movies, but I loved the Guyver anime. Just from the name, you could smell the book fair. Oh my gosh, country girl. But yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I watched the Guyver anime. I should probably rewatch it at some point. It was interesting. Speaking of the Guyver, slight tangent. When I was watching the Guyver, I told my friend, this was years ago. I used to work at a Walmart, and I told my friend that I was watching the Guyver anime, and he thought I said MacGyver. And he's like, there's an anime of MacGyver? And I'm like, no, the Guyver. And I'm like, have you seen it before? He's like, well, I've watched all such and such seasons of the live action show. And I'm like, no, that's MacGyver. This is the Guyver. No. Two vastly different ideas. Oh, goodness. The Guyver is kind of a biotech Guyver, Guyver. Let me get a picture of the character to put up on screen. Why is it a WebP file? I hate WebP files. Give me 1 second, I'll get a picture of it. So, basic concept of the Guyver is this kid finds this like small device that, like, when he finds it, merges with his body and allows him image boop to transform into this. And it's not just armor. The thing is, it's full on like biopunk kind of thing, where like they call it the bio boosted armor. I remember one of the things they talk about in the anime is that when he transforms, yeah, in the anime, it is like straight horror. There is like body horror stuff. Like his organs and internal stuff get sucked into a subspace pocket and replaced with enhanced and super built versions of like upgraded versions of his organs get inserted in there whenever the armor takes over. So he gets transformed inside and out into this kind of monster. I think I saw that movie Star Kid when I was a kid. That reminds me of something. Hold on. Yes, okay. When I was a kid, I saw Star Kid. And I did this is when I was like in like middle school. And I loved that movie. Star Kid was such I loved that movie, and I went to go see it with I think a summer camp. We went to go see it, and like I remember talking to one of the camp counselors. I'm like, that was so cool. Like, you know how kids can be. And the counselor was like, I mean, I guess the monster was cool, but like the rest of it was kind of dumb. And I was like, how can you not think that was so cool? The kid had super armor and transformed and blah, 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 blah. But like, I think that's kind of where like my love of Sentai and stuff kind of started to pick up. But anyway, basic concept of the Guyver is, guy finds this device, it enhances his body, storyline develops, it's revealed that humans were created as an experiment by some ancient race in order to be the perfect warrior race, to perfectly integrate with the Guyver system. And there's a lot of like fighting, and the bad guys take over the world, and there's a whole bunch of stuff happening in the Guyver anime. Yeah. It's just a suit the kid climbs into. And I remember like when the kid climbs into the suit, the inside of it is like the face. There's a face inside that's talking to him, that he's talking to, right? And like there was a whole thing with him trying to teach it how to make jokes, and having to fight this alien. It was a whole thing. Anyway, we're not here to talk about the Guyver. But yeah, that's what the Guyver. It's an interesting anime. Gets into some kind of body horror stuff. And there was, I think there was like 2 American live action movies. Hold on. There was The Guyver. And there was the sequel, Guyver Dark Hero. And I've heard that the sequel, Guyver Dark Hero, was apparently better than the first one. It was an international, looks like, according to Wikipedia, the Guyver was an international project with a collaboration between American and Japanese production teams. But really, okay. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. I'm getting sidetracked. Which is, it's fine to like have some tangents. That's part of the fun of a stream, is like the spontaneous stuff that comes up as you're discussing with chat and that interaction. So that's cool. So I'm not trying to like chastise anyone. I'm just saying I'm trying to steer the conversation back in a certain direction. So basically they find this alien. This alien tells them, and I'm thinking the alien like communicates telepathically. Let me put it here. Okay. Alien communicates telepathically. So the alien is injured and dying, and she gives them their powers, right? And she also gives them a warning that there is this alien empire that is going to be at Earth in 6 months, that's going to invade Earth and enslave the human race, right? And when they get their powers, they get flooded with information that like gives them this backstory context for what she tells them, and shares all of this stuff. Now for this story, because I think a story like this is kind of held up by how interesting the villains are, I got to reuse one of my other ideas, which is very rare for me to get to do. I had forever ago, I had a streamed game of Mutants and Masterminds, which it was when I was trying to, like, I did one streamed game years ago, and I just loved the feeling of doing a streamed game, and I kept trying to chase that high, and it was really bad. I took it off of YouTube. It featured, like, it was played like it was a home game, and we just used images we found off the internet, and that's a no-no if you're doing a streamed game. So I took it down. But it also wasn't super great. We had problems with players not showing up. Hello, thank you. You drink espresso with depresso? Hey, nothing wrong with that. But I decided for this to reuse the concept I had for the villains in that game, which was really fun. It was really fun to take that idea and actually really implement it and expand on it, right? So, the bad guys that are coming to invade, let me actually put something in my notes here. Instead of 5 teenagers with attitude, it's five middle-aged adults with depression and full-time jobs. Excuse me. So, the villains are called, their name translates to the Successians. They define themselves by their success. According to their history, as they have recorded it, it'll be a challenge for the heroes, that's for sure. According to the Successian history, anytime they have done something as a people, as a race, as a species, they have never failed. Anytime they've gone to war with another people, they succeeded. Any major experiment or hypothesis they tried to test, they have succeeded. They have sorry, it got so loud it was echoing in here for a second. It's kind of one part ego, one part like almost like mystical stuff. Every experiment they've done, they've succeeded. Every military campaign they've done, they've succeeded. Every social institution they've set up to help their people succeeded. Every government succeeded more from the last, right? Um, and it would be, you could say it was ego, right? But the thing is, they have the proof to back it up, in that they were one of the first sentient species to develop faster than light travel. They were one of the first to actually start building an interstellar empire, right? And when the first time they interacted with another species, they didn't even try to negotiate for peace. They just went to war, and they succeeded because their weapons were so much more developed. And they were able to overtake, overwhelm, and enslave the first alien peoples they met. And they have just been doing that, taking resources, exploiting labor all across the galaxy, right? They are completely assured of their own success, and it's kind of a thing where, like, it is so deeply ingrained into them that they will succeed. Like, for instance, for us, when we do our math and science at certain scales, there is the speed of light that's a constant. It's used as a universal constant for so many things, for like cosmic scale like calculations, right? You know, E equals MC squared, all of that stuff, right? Where you know, C is, yeah. So we use that speed of light as that universal constant, right? They use some mathematical representation of their own success as their universal constant for their research, for their technology. They believe that the universe is essentially, that the universe revolves around them, that they are the main characters, that the universe is that the universe will twist itself around to achieve their success. But it's not like they worship some god or something that grants them some success. They worship themselves. Like, they don't have a pantheon. They worship themselves and their own success. And they've been spreading through the galaxy, enslaving and exploiting every alien people they meet. And their technology just keeps advancing forward as they keep taking, yes, a might makes right society. If you're strong enough to be successful, then you are the leader. They've been moving through the galaxy, and as they take technology, as they take resources, and they advance their technology. I wouldn't say they take technology as much as they like advance. I haven't really thought so much about what it takes. A lot of this idea is still in the a lot of this idea is still in the developing stage, which is what tonight is. Tonight is a brainstorming thing. I haven't really thought about how the heroes will fight them, what the heroes will do differently. I will talk about what technology is being developed to fight them, which kind of flows into that. So like they have this, like they don't, and I wanted it to be a thing where like they don't use lasers. They don't use like particle beams. They use projectile weapons. They use rail cannons, bullets, missiles, bombs. They don't use soldiers, because then some of them might die, and that's not a thing. Might die in combat, and that's not a thing that they do. right? They use robotic soldiers, automated weapon systems, because they consider it too inefficient to feed and care for an entire military when they can just use robotic soldiers to fight for them. They have giant mechs and these massive, essentially monstrosities of technology. Something like that, LeMay. But yeah, they have rifles, cannons, missiles. They don't. Now they don't use nukes. Not because they don't have them, but because they consider the residual radiation to be counterproductive to exploiting the resources and peoples of a planet. Because the radiation lasts for so long and makes it so hard for living things to exist on a planet that they can't exploit the labor of the people on the planet if they're all dead. So they have nukes to use if they need them, but like they don't. And they essentially strip mine every planet they conquer to exploit its fuel and resources, to fuel the endless consumerism that drives their economy. Now, that means their core worlds that they have settled in, the people living there, even the working class people, have an astounding standard of living. But for all of the colonies and the places that they have invaded, it's brutal. It's brutal. But there's a resistance. Come on. Grammarly, I need you to stop. There's a resistance spreading through the cosmos. That is the Cosmic Champions. And the Cosmic Champions have developed their own technology. Hey Violet, good to see you. Good to see you. I'm just sharing my latest story idea. So, got the Successians that represent kind of technology and this like hyper advanced science, right? But the Cosmic Champions technology is closer to magic. Why is Grammarly stop? Grammarly keeps giving me suggestions that's covering up what I'm doing. And they develop special crystals that are tuned to special vibrations released from the stars. This is based on one of the old astrology ideas of the hymn of the stars, or the hymn of the spheres. Hello, Julian. I'm not doing a Honkai Star Rail tonight, but I hope you'll stick around. We're kind of just hanging out and talking about a story idea. But it's good to see you, Julian. How was your week? And also, Violet, how was your week? So, this idea for this crystals that harmonize is kind of loosely based on this thing of where the ancient astrologers used to, I say ancient, but like historical astrologers believed that because everything moved in such a predictable pattern in space, the stars moved in predictable patterns, and all of the heavenly bodies moved in ways that they could predict. They believed that there was a rhythm and a music of the spheres, a music that the things of space moved to. That if they understood if they understood these patterns, it could be understood as a musical score, right? So I kind of took that kind of idea and explored it a little bit and said, what if the stars, again, me and star things, of course, what if the stars gave off a special vibration of energy, right? And these crystals can harmonize with the stars and draw the power. Oh goodness, I hope you feel better, Violet. I hope you feel better. These crystals can also harmonize with a person's innate vibrations and infuse them with the power of the stars. The thing is, when a specific crystal harmonizes with a person, it is tied to that person permanently. So if you want to have more people using this power, you need to make more crystals. Just kind of bored. I let my dog in the house because she was about to have a heart attack because of the fireworks. Oh, goodness. I hope everything's okay. So the power is that essentially kind of Green Lantern-ish. They can materialize weapons and armor that use the near infinite power of the stars to unleash devastating attacks. The only catch is that this power can only be used by a living being to harmonize with the vibrations of the stars. These crystals have to be used by a person. Now, the Sexesians have gotten a hold of this technology in the past. Because of course they did. They're fighting a war. There's going to be people that fall. There's going to be things that are captured, right? And they understand it to a certain extent, but they deem it to be too inefficient. Because since it can only be used by a person, they're like, well, we don't have enough people that we send out into combat for these crystals to be worthwhile and for how much it takes to make them. Especially because it's permanently tied to a person. And they think of themselves as a collective of successful people. And they also resent that it is technology that is 100% independent of their technology. No part of this technology was, I don't know if I would say 100% dependent on their technology. Independent. Because it uses, I don't know, that's one thing I've thought about. Like, the development of the crystals, I was thinking, is like really expensive. Something that takes time and effort to do, right? And they have to I was thinking about something else. They have to take these materials that are very difficult and expensive to get a hold of, and they have to put them in these small devices that are compact black hole generators that make small controlled black holes in order to condense down the material into which would make a star, but instead, since it's so small, it makes a crystal that connects with the stars, right? And that's how they fight. And it's a thing where the crystals give them lots of power. And like, thank you, Violet. And because it takes so much to make the crystals, they never have more than a handful, more than 2 to 3 at most, of the cosmic champions with crystals together at any point in time, because it takes so much effort to make the crystals and they're always on the run. But like one cosmic champion who's been trained and experienced, who's mastered their crystal, can like hold off a Successian military long enough for like the others to escape. And they didn't win because they eventually were defeated and died in battle. But they still were able to fight and hold off the enemy. Give me 1 second. So they're really powerful. Right. And the whole thing is that the cosmic champions have developed this new method for making the crystals. And their new method is they assemble the resources. Instead of making a small black hole generator to make an individual crystal, they pool their resources together, running from planet to planet to stay on the run from the Successians. And they pool their resources to make a larger black hole generator, to make a big crystal. And then they carve out multiple smaller crystals from the big crystal, which lets them make a large number of crystals at once, right? And I was actually thinking about what Senkyu said is maybe it could be a thing where these crystals kind of do some kind of thing to nullify or counteract the success factor or something of the Successians. Because the thing about the Successians is they succeed at everything. And let me put that in my notes. Because that was the thing I did deal with in my story, was the Successians had some kind of like a field, kind of like in Warhammer 40k, where the orcs have the thing where like if they believe something, it becomes true. But like the Successians have a thing that just ties them into this like metaphysical kind of universal knowledge that they can this universal awareness that they can pull from, that makes them able to choose the right path. And maybe the crystals, when they because of how they tie into the power of the universe, it like fogs that up, so they can't see the way forward, and then they have to actually make their own decisions. Ooh, that could be really good. That connects them to the universe. I gotta come up with a name for that. Maybe it doesn't disrupt the field, but maybe it's something that their cosmic sight can't predict. Could do. Ooh, could do. Kind of. Hold on. Because I remember in my old store I did an energy field, but I don't think I want to do an energy field. So they have some kind of a cosmic awareness. It's like a super prediction power that allows them to see multiple possibilities and predict the one that leads to their own success. All right, Julian, have a good night. I hope everything goes okay for you and your dog, Julian. If you come back, then I'll see you when you come back. If you don't come back, I want you to know, whether you come back or not, I want you to know that I value you. You are a wonderful individual. You make this world a better place. You are important and you matter. I like to speak positive affirmations for my audience because I believe it's important for us to speak positivity, hope, and joy into the lives of others. Giving them a chance of changing the future that the Successians have predicted. Overwhelm them. So even if their cosmic sight can't show them the right path forward, Cosmic awareness. Blinding the cosmic awareness. The armies of the cosmic champions. Their crystals mean they can normally okay. I'm going to take this out. We're having them resent that they didn't develop it. Doesn't fit. Okay. 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 And lastly, okay. So this idea that humanity has finally, like for all of our success, we finally reached a point where the Successians considered us worth capturing, worth conquering. Okay. So they tracked. So their plan was they advertised that they're going to conquer Earth, that the next conquest was going to be Earth, in order to lure the cosmic champions to a specific area. And then they tracked where they stopped being able to predict what was happening. And they used that blindness because they can't predict whenever the cosmic crystals are active, right? So they use that blindness and shoot it down. Okay. Where am I going to put this paragraph? Do-do-do-do-do. It's believed that half of the crystals were destroyed with the ship. Even if they couldn't see it for certain. Hello, Heartgrave. Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. I'm just sharing a silly idea I had for a Power Rangers-esque story. Power Rangers Super Sentai kind of esque story, except the concept here is instead of teenagers with attitude, it is middle-aged adults with full-time jobs and depression. I was just doing some stuff to expound on stuff. We're kind of brainstorming a little bit. Basically, there are these bad guys, these evil alien overlords called the Successians. They're defined by their success, and they have some kind of like cosmic awareness, super prediction power that allows them in any impasse or decision needs to be made, they can see like multiple possibilities and predict which one leads to their own success. And then they, as a people, have abused this power in order to guarantee the best outcome for themselves, which has led to them conquering like most of the galaxy. And but there's a resistance that formed of people that are the cosmic champions. I was kind of thinking a little bit like Green Lantern-esque, except more like rebels. They're more of like a rebel group. And they've developed these cosmic crystals that allow them to tap into the power of the stars in such a way that it blinds the cosmic awareness of the Successians in order to outmaneuver the Successians, so the Successians can't see the path that leads to their victory anymore. So they can, but it only blinds things in a certain area. There's some limitations to what it can blind, right? I don't know what all the limitations are. This is all brainstorming right now, and it allows them to start to resist. But the Successians set a trap because they couldn't track, because they relied on their cosmic awareness for so many things. Having that blinded meant they couldn't track the cosmic champions. But they set the bait for a trap. They publicly announced across their empire that their next conquest was going to be to conquer Earth, right? They gave a time frame and everything. And they said, this species has finally reached a developmental stage where they have developed enough that they could be useful as slaves. The Cosmic Champions had just finished a project where they'd made, instead of making the crystals one at a time, they made one large crystal and were able to carve it into a dozen smaller crystals so they could try to start mass producing the crystals. So they were like, we're going to take these 12 crystals that haven't been assigned to anyone yet, and we're going to travel to Earth. And we're going to distribute those 12 crystals to the people of Earth, and we're going to start making more crystals, and we're going to put together a force to resist the Sexessians, right? They're hoping, the Cosmic Champions were hoping that Earth would become the new focal point of the resistance, the point where the resistance would finally get a foothold, where they could get ahead of them. But it was a trap. The Sexessians had people stationed around Earth, and they were able to keep track of whenever someone's cosmic awareness was blinded, in order to determine, they're here. I can't see what the right answer is, which means they're passing by or they're nearby some way. And they use this blindness, this area they couldn't see, in order to track the ship, and they shot down the ship, right, that was on its way to Earth. But one dying alien, she escaped in an escape pod. She grabbed some reference materials, and she was only able to grab half of the crystals and load an escape pod and launch towards Earth. And the Sexessians weren't able to track the escape pod, but they weren't looking for an escape pod because they were so assured that they'd succeeded. Even though they couldn't see success, they were like, this makes sense. So that's how the crystals get to Earth, right? That's how the pod crash lands on Earth. And it gets found by the 5 friends who have been planning this camping trip for years and finally get the camping trip together, right? So they finally get their camping trip together, and they see an alien space pod come down. That the heroes found. Okay. So that escape pod was what crash landed on Earth and what the heroes found. So that is how that worked, right? And the heroes, I want them to be like regular people, blue-collar workers that have the thing. I want them to be best friends and be working jobs. Like, none of them are like college graduates, and they're working jobs that conservatives would consider like entry level, or like jobs high schoolers would do whenever they aren't like, because there's this thing that I see a lot where like conservatives don't want to respect people in certain jobs because they're like, that job is a menial task and blah 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 blah, right? So I wanted to have the heroes of this story, because I've written so many janitors, right? I've written stories with like 2 janitors, right? Well, I've planned 2 stories with that feature janitors as the main character. So I thought with an ensemble cast, originally I was going to have a janitor as one of the characters, but I was like, you know what? Let's expand this to some other blue collar jobs. And the idea is they have this power. They can crystallize the power into different constructs, right? And the first thing they learn to do is, and whenever they get this power, but there is one thing about getting the power. The alien's dying. She tells them that she has to harmonize the crystals on her ship with someone so they can defend the Earth once she dies. There's one catch to it, right? And this was something that I wanted to be important about this story, was that she tells them there's this alien invasion coming. They have 6 months till the alien invasion gets here, right? And that someone needs to do this. Someone needs to defend the Earth, right? Because this is not a thing where you can negotiate. The Successians won't negotiate. They will conquer. And no, it's not a championship. But someone has to step up and accept these powers. And it has to happen before she dies. But even so, the crystals won't recognize you if you do not choose it, if you do not accept it of your own free will. People can't be, what's the word? People can't be coerced into accepting this power. You have to choose it, and that's something the 5 of them do choose. They look at this situation, they say, someone's got to save the world. And we're the only ones here right now. And that's one thing I wanted to emphasize, is that so many times for people in these blue-collar jobs, right, they just get so much responsibility piled on them that they aren't rewarded for, right? That when they see this situation, they're just like, well, to a certain extent, this is just another thing that isn't in my job description that I have to do that I'm not going to get paid for. Because they're like, somebody has to do it, and this idea of responsibility, right? Because there's all this stuff about with great power comes great responsibility, right? But then it's very often the people with very little power that are made to be responsible for a very large amount of stuff, where the people with the power are shoveling off that responsibility onto the people with little power. And so they have developed this sense of responsibility. I don't know. It might be weird. That's just kind of my take and what I wanted to explore a little bit with the story. Then I've been thinking a little bit about like what happens in the 6 months. What happens in the 6 months till the aliens show up, right? They have to train. Using their powers is like training a muscle. They need to keep pushing their limits to expand how much power their bodies can take. And the truth is, after they first harmonize with the crystal, they don't actually need the crystals anymore, right? But the crystals help them as a focal point, as a focus. Kind of like this whole thing where, like in Thor, the hammer wasn't the source of his power. It was a thing he used to focus his power, right? And that was a thing that was a concept I really liked, because that gives the storytelling situation where, like, some point deep in the battle, right? When their crystals get destroyed or something, when all hope seems lost. And the crystals get destroyed, and then they have to tap into the power without their crystals. And I think that's a really epic moment. Yeah. Um. So yeah, they have this power. They have 6 months and they want to train with it. So I had some ideas about what happens, right? Um. My first thought was saying maybe some government official tracks them down and is like, why are you still going to work? If you truly believe this, why are you still going to work? And they're like, these bills won't pay themselves, right? So that was one thought, but then I had another thought, right? That would be really interesting. Right? Because in my last story, right? My last story idea with the armored fist fighters, right? That story with the way of the armored fist. I'd explored the idea of a lady president as kind of like leading into some possible like romance with the main character in that story, right? But I was like, what if I explore? At first, I was gonna try porting that into this story, right? But then I was like, what if it's a thing where she's just single and like she's just okay being single, but everyone keeps trying to set her up with something. So the idea is they need to tell someone. They're like, we have to tell someone. So like 3 days after they get their power, they're like, okay, we typed up this form. We typed up this document that is everything we know without giving away our identities, right? And so the red one, because they have different colors, and the red one is the one who like uses the because maybe they can teleport. They have this whole variety of powers. Like they can go invisible, they can teleport, they can phase through things, right? They can summon constructs, they can do all of these different things, right? They can fly. And they can channel energy, shoot laser beams, all these different things they can do, right? But so the red one goes and he goes invisible, and he teleports into the White House in the middle of the night, right? To like sneak into the Oval Office and leave the document they made on the president's desk in the Oval Office, right? But the president is like living in the White House and spots him, and even though he's invisible, she can see light bending around him at the edges of his armor, right? She can see the light bending slightly around him, so she follows him. And whenever he gets into the Oval Office to put the thing in there, she corners him and she confronts him. And he tells her about the impending threat. Okay. And he tells her about the impending threat. More info. He leaves an email address in the document so she can reach him if she needs more info. Red has so this was another thing that I thought about later that I've been kind of tinkering with, right? So, all five. So I'm imagining all five of them rent a big house together in the county, since they can't afford to live in the city, right? And like rent it, like stuff is so expensive that you need 5 people to pay for a house. Okay, so I had this idea because I like some drama. I like some spicy drama, right? So Red has a girlfriend that lives with him. He's the only one with a partner, right? She didn't go on the camping trip because that was more of a them thing, right? Now it's not all, they're not all guys. I mean, I'll write an intentionally non-binary character and try to do it well. Not all guys, 2 girls, 1 non-binary. So, anyway, girlfriend notices and is like, okay, you all went on this camping trip. And then when you came back, she notices that they start talking to each other less and less, talking out loud. And that they start going out to work out together a lot, but won't tell her where they're going. What she doesn't know is that since their crystals were carved from the same crystal, they have a telepathic connection that allows them to talk mentally. and they slowly forget to talk out loud when they're home. Right? Blah, blah, blah. The heroes are so used to having new responsibilities handed to them that they aren't getting paid for, that they consider this just another thing that needs getting done. Okay. And this other thing that they know that accepting government funding and assistance always comes with strings and red tape, and would rather save the world for free than be tied to government any more than they have to. Okay. Okay, Red finally tells her she thinks that he's gone mad until he summons... No. Until he proves it to her. Okay. So then she becomes obsessed to trying to be involved somehow. So then the next stage is where she becomes obsessed with trying to be involved somehow. She was a poli-sci major in college and works an office job. She's the only one of them in the house that actually graduated college, right? And so she starts devoting herself to finding situations in the world where they can help while they're training, things they can insert themselves into. So at first, they train by going to the North Pole and master training by trying to maintain a healthy temperature in their armor. Right? Um, oh, hold on. My whole screen just blinked for a second. That was weird. Well, I didn't blink. Like my OBS just suddenly switched to going to black, and then like the edges, it went to like a dark mode or something, and then flipped back. It was really weird. Okay. They do put the Cosmic Champions to work, delivering things for them. And helping out around the Arctic. Okay. Flight, invisibility. Intangibility. Energy blasts. So basic powers: summon armor, flight, which includes space and underwater flight, invisibility, intangibility, summon constructs, such as weapons, vehicles, mechs, tools, energy blasts, and energy shields. That's the basic powers they all get. Okay, so they have basic powers that they gain the basics of how to use the powers. If they can imagine clearly in their minds, they can make it, and they get some basic designs for armor, weapons, and vehicles / mechs to summon to start with. Oh, also. Telepathy. And they can summon their crystals to them. So they can't really be disarmed unless the crystal gets destroyed. So they can summon their crystal to them. They can summon their armor. And they can do all of this stuff. Telepathy, all that stuff. Flight. And if they can imagine it, they can make it. So it's kind of like Green Lantern-esque, kind of Green Lantern adjacent. But it's a thing where their constructs amplify their powers. Welcome back, Noel Main. Good to see you. I'm just fleshing out more stuff with this story. So basically, constructs amplify their powers. Summoning a vehicle will let them fly faster and shoot more powerful blasts. than just their armor, which is already more than just them with the crystal. So the idea is the more stuff they summon and that they channel their power through, the stronger the power output becomes. But they need to train in order to train their bodies to be able to withstand that much power coming through it. So it's a thing where as they use it, as they use their powers, they get stronger and stronger and stronger, and they become better and better and better at using their powers. Which then leads to the whole thing here where, actually, let me put these. Hold on. Okay, so they start training in the North Pole in the Arctic to try to maintain healthy temperature in their armor. Then they work on sparring and training with their powers. They get spotted by researchers living at Arctic research bases. They tell the researchers about themselves, and the researchers don't exactly believe that aliens are coming, but they do put the cosmic champions to work, delivering things for them and helping out around the Arctic. They then start summoning their vehicles to use to fly around and train in the air and in space. They work to stay out of the public eye. They trade fast food with the Arctic researchers to get them to not tell the public about them, right? Then the whole thing happens. After that is whenever the whole thing happens with Red's girlfriend. Okay. Where Red's girlfriend's like, you all haven't talked to each other in a week. It's been getting less and less and less. So she confronts Red and wants to know what is going on. Okay. So, he tells her, and at first she's like, "What are you talking about?" Because she's like, "You guys haven't talked to each other in a week, and it's been the last 2 months you've been talking to each other less and less and less. And over the course of the last week, I haven't heard any of you while we've been in the house say a word to each other, but you all only talk to me. What's going on? This is weird. What's happening?" And then he's like, "Okay, gotta tell her." So he tells her, we saw an alien spacecraft crashing. We found an alien in there that gave us superpowers, and we are doing this stuff, right? And so what I want here to happen is I talked to Okusen about this, right? What I want to have happen is she takes that and goes, "Okay, I need to be involved somehow," right? They have a 6th crystal, but they don't know how to harmonize with it. So she isn't sure she wants the powers, but she knows she wants to be involved somehow. She wants to be involved. Um, Something about her. She's the only one of them to have graduated college because they're all blue collar workers. They all went straight from high school to getting a job. She works an office job and enjoys studying world politics as a hobby. What does this mean for her, right? That's funny, LeMay. That's the state of the world we live in. Like, they told all of us, go to college, get a college degree. It's what you have to do to get a good career. And then, like, everybody went to college instead of, like, vocational school or getting into the workforce, and not every job requires a college degree, and the ones that do require like lots of experience that you can't get without getting an entry-level job. It's like, it becomes ridiculous. I've seen the horror stories of the people talking about entry-level jobs requiring like 5 years of experience or whatever on top of a degree, and they're like, this is an entry-level job. How am I supposed to get it if how am I supposed to get the experience if the entry-level job requires all this experience, right? There was one thing where like someone said they posted a tech job one time. I saw a meme about it where someone posted a tech job and they were like, needs 5 years experience in such and such programming language, and the person was laughing because the programming language had only been around for 2 years. It was like 2 or 3 years that programming language had existed, but there were jobs saying they needed at least 5 years experience to be hired. Yeah. He becomes their man in the chair, directing them on missions around the world. Ugh. Okay. It's 11:23. We have gone through a lot of stuff, and we haven't even gotten to when the Successians arrive. It's still just been about like what happens, building up who they are, what they do, and all of that jazz. Haven't even talked about like what happens when the Successians actually arrive, right? Just how they train. There was one other thing that I'd been thinking about that is very much based on current events. This is very much based on current events, which is kind of the thing you were mentioning, Nabiru, where I take the things that I see around me and put them into stories. And this was one thought I had. So this is very much an idea I had based on current events, and it was, so at first they're trying to act in secret, but then something big happens. There's some astronauts on a space station in orbit. I guess it's in a space station in orbit. But the station's been damaged. They only have enough air, food, water, something. For the next few days, and there is no way to get them home in time. Becomes a big public spectacle that they can't be rescued. So at first they're trying to keep acting secret, but then something happens. There's some astronauts in a space station in orbit, but the station's been damaged and they only have enough air, food, water, something for the next few days. There's no way to get supplies to them or get them home in time. Becomes a big public spectacle that they can't be rescued. The president finally breaks down and emails the Cosmic Champions asking for their help. They launch in their summoned fighter craft and fly up into space and rescue the astronauts and fly them home. It's their way of announcing themselves to the world. And that's as far as I've kind of gotten as like that happens. And then they start acting more publicly after that. That's kind of where I'm at with that. Okay. Why is my phone going off? Give me 1 second. Nothing new. My phone was going off, was like notifications, so I had to go check it, be like, did anything come in? Any kind of thing? But no, it was all random BS notifications. I didn't know what I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting, chat, but that was just it. So 5 months in, 1 month before the aliens are supposed to arrive, the Earth governments reveal why they couldn't save the astronauts. And it was because all their resources have been getting pooled into a secret project that was years in the making to make a massive space warship that could be used to defend satellites from terrorists who want to threaten the peace and security of the world. Mm-hmm. I'm actually not writing in my main novel tonight. Tonight I am sharing a silly idea. I am sharing a silly idea and doing some brainstorming tonight, Hero Girls. Just because I've had an idea I wanted to get down. How are you doing? You were streaming earlier, right? How was your stream? Oh, you're doing the Nuzlocke, right? For a second, I was like, oh no. Then I remembered, oh wait, you're doing the Nuzlocke. I mean, not that it's still not an oh no, but like... Blorpo the bay leaf has gone to the big lavender town in the sky. Oh no. I am curious. I am very curious, Hero Girls. When you do your Nuzlocke, do you store the Pokemon in the box? Like put a box of your air quotes dead Pokemon? Or do you actually release them? They go into the box of shame. Okay. So, the story that I'm kind of been brainstorming tonight is called The Cosmic Champions. And it's imagine Power Rangers, except instead of 5 teenagers with attitude, it's 5 middle-aged adults with depression and full-time jobs. So, well, not quite SPD, because in SPD, their job was being a ranger. This is where they have day jobs. It's okay, Hero Girls. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So, what I wanted to be a thing that unites these characters is they are a group of people that didn't go to college, or at least didn't graduate college. They've been friends for most of their, like, they're good friends, and they're working these jobs that are very undervalued by conservatives. These jobs that, like, conservatives would say are like entry-level high school jobs, because conservatives very much like to devalue certain jobs and not admit that, like, everyone deserves a living wage and deserves to be respected, right? So these jobs that, like, would very much be the things that, like conservatives would say are like entry-level high school jobs. So, delivery driver, lawn care worker, dishwasher, fast food worker like a burger flipper, retail employee like a shelf stalker, and I debated if I wanted to add a sixth ranger, because there is a 6th crystal in the story. to be like maybe a garbage man or a warehouse worker. Those didn't quite fit the theme of being stereotypical like entry level jobs. But they are whatchamacallit, blue collar, yeah. Blue collar ranger. Somebody said that earlier. Let me write that down. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. But that was the other thing. I didn't want them to be I didn't want them to be people that were like so those kinds of jobs, carpenters, installers, construction, like those kinds of jobs are the kinds of jobs where like people make very good money. You have to do an apprenticeship. There's a whole process of getting like temp worker's a good one, LeMay. There's a whole process of like gaining that skill. I wanted these to be jobs. Like, I don't know how much effort, how much stuff it takes to be a garbage man. I don't know, which is why I put it on the reserve list, on the maybe list, right? But like, there's not like an apprenticeship to be a warehouse worker, you know? So I do like temp worker. Jobs that need to unionize. Well, one of the main themes of the story is responsibility, right? You wouldn't include them? Okay. One of the things I wanted to emphasize with this story is the fact that, like, they say with great power comes great responsibility, but that's not what happens a lot of times in reality. With great power comes the ability to shove that shove that responsibility off onto someone else. Because very often it becomes the ones with the least amount of power that end up getting the most responsibilities piled up on them. And it becomes a situation where the heroes are so like kind of burnt out and just used to the entire grind that like they're just used to having new responsibilities. I'm the trash. They are so used to having new responsibilities shoveled off onto them without getting an increase in pay that when they get told that someone has to save the world, right? And they're just like, you know what? This is just another thing, right? This is just another thing that needs to get done, because so many businesses work off of like exist only because their workers are getting kind of exploited. And are, I know it's kind of a bad word to say, but like that's kind of what's happening in a lot of businesses. That's also true, LeMay. It's a thing where they know that also trying to get government funding or assistance is going to come with strings and red tape. It's going to come with bureaucracy. It's going to come with all of that. So they're like, they would rather save the world for free and not have to deal with government bureaucracy than try to apply to the government and just be like, grunt construction workers are paid poorly? Okay. Oh goodness, no, that's not enough money. But yeah, so like they know that trying to get someone to pay them to do this is going to be a pain. And they would rather, like, it would be easier if they just dealt with it themselves. So what happens is these 5 friends are on a camping trip because they're burnt out, they're exhausted, and they need to do something to get a change of scenery. So they have been trying to plan this camping trip for the last few years. And it's not that they get to see each other on the camping trip because they live together. So they see each other all the time, right? But this is their chance to actually get away, have time off, and like be away from where they are, away from work, away from all of that stuff, right? So they're out in like the wilderness camping. And while they're out kind of drinking, relaxing, watching the stars, getting away from the light pollution of the city so they can actually see the stars. Even though they live in the county in the suburbs, there's still a lot of light pollution, right? Because they can't really afford to live in the city. They see a shooting star coming down. Except it doesn't break up. It doesn't burn up in the atmosphere. It seems like it's getting closer and closer. That kind of stereotypical thing where they realize that's not a shooting star. That's like some kind of spacecraft coming down or satellite. And it crashes not too far from them. So they're like, well, we should go see if everybody's okay, if anybody got hurt. So they go to see what's there. And they find some crumpled, damaged space pod. And it takes them some doing to try to figure it out, but they find the emergency hatch. And they pull it open, and they find this alien woman inside of there. She looks alien. And she communicates with them telepathically and tells them that there's an evil alien empire coming that'll be here in 6 months. And that they need to, that she was from the Resistance, the cosmic champions, and needed to select heroes to defend the planet, and that she would gift with superpowers. But the thing is, no one can be coerced into doing it. In order to accept the powers, you have to accept the powers. They are kind of like, this is something that needs to get done. They don't want their world to be enslaved. They don't want things to get worse. And also, they're a little bit drunk. They're varying amounts of drunk. And they agree, and they're gifted with these powers. And it's kind of like Green Lantern-ish. They can make mental constructs. They can do a bunch of other stuff. And it's kind of like magic-y. And one of the themes I wanted to go here was kind of the machines versus magic, where the aliens are like the advanced machines, the advanced technology, and the cosmic champions are this advanced kind of like magic-y stuff. with energy weapons and things. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking about with Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, with the whole them being varying degrees of drunk. That was actually directly what I was inspired by with Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Okay. So the whole thing with the villains is the villains are called the Successians. They define themselves by their success. They possess this kind of cosmic sight, cosmic vision, where they can see the outcome of every decision. They can see every possibility, and they can choose the path that will lead them to the most success, that will lead to the most beneficial outcome for themselves. And because of this, they have never failed at anything that they've worked together on as a species. Their research has always gone in the right direction. Their technology developed at an accelerated rate. Their social structure became extremely efficient very quickly because everyone was making the best choices for themselves. And it was this whole like society that developed based around their success. And when they eventually interacted with other species, because they developed faster than light drives, they developed a space fleet, they developed all of these weapons and things to defend themselves. But when they reached another species, they saw the possibility of conquest, and they conquered. They didn't go with peace. They didn't see a need for peace or to negotiate or to have peaceful cooperation when they were absolutely assured of their own military success. They weren't fighting themselves. They developed robotic soldiers to fight for them because they considered having people, even slaves, fighting for them. You have to feed them and care for them and transport them, and they considered that to be just inefficient. So they have robotic soldiers, they have giant robots, they have all of these inorganic technological monstrosities that they use for conquering people. And they just kept doing that. They kept traveling from one end of the galaxy to the other, conquering everyone they met. But the cosmic champions were like, we have to find a way to resist this. So they developed the cosmic crystals that were made by condensing certain materials in a small black hole generator. Like if you were trying to condense it down to make a star, except it makes a crystal that can connect with the stars and draw power from the stars. And what happens is these crystals, they harmonize with a person, and each crystal can only harmonize with one person. And when that happens, the power flows through that person, and they can create mental constructs, they can do all kinds of stuff that's kind of more magic than technology, but they are able to use their powers to temporarily blind that cosmic awareness, that cosmic sight that the Successians have. So in conflicts with them, the Successians don't have the assured, this is the way to exact to perfect success. They don't have that assuredness, they don't have that guarantee, and they have to make decisions on their own. Hey, Julian, welcome back. I was just telling people what we've worked on so far. I'm kind of winding down for the night, but it's so good to see you, Julian. Welcome back. Hope everything's okay. And but the Successians, so the cosmic crystals are able to fight back, but the problem is it takes so much resources to make the cosmic crystals that like it they never get more than a few of them together at a time. I hope to see you at the next one too, Violet. Have a good night. I want you to know that I value you and that you are important and you matter, Violet. Have yourself a wonderful night. Yes, I do remember Beetleborgs, Hero Girls. Oh my gosh. I remember the library near me when I was growing up had like a few Beetleborgs VHSs. And I used to get my parents to check those out for me on a regular basis. I watched them over and over and over again. Oh my gosh. I loved Beetleborgs. I loved them. Absolutely obsessed with them when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. But so there's a whole thing where they can crystallize all these things. They can crystallize this armor. They can make weapons. They can summon vehicles. They can summon mechs. But the whole thing is it's like a muscle. Where they have to use it to get stronger at it, right? And there are some shortcuts, like if they summon a vehicle or a weapon, they can channel power through that to channel more power than their bodies can handle. So the larger the construct, the more power they can channel through it to do stronger things, right? But like even summoning the construct takes a lot of power. And they have to kind of expand the amount of power their bodies can handle going through it. So they need to train. They have 6 months and they need to train. And they are going through all of this stuff. And at first they go like to the Arctic, to the North Pole, to summon their armor, and they practice their teleportation and they're flying. And they're like, we need to maintain a healthy, warm temperature inside our armor and be able to maintain our armor while doing other things in the cold, right? But they get spotted by the Arctic researchers at the Arctic bases. And the Arctic bases are like, who are you? And they tell them, okay, we're trying to save the world, but we have to train. And the Arctic researchers are like, we don't exactly believe that aliens are coming to Earth, but we believe you have some extraordinary abilities, so we're going to put you to work. And it becomes a situation where they're just so used to doing make work. They're just so used to doing BS work that when the Arctic researchers are like, we need you to deliver these samples. We need you to carry us over to this probe. We need you to do this. They're just like, you know what? It's more training. It's more training. Let's go. I'm going to be training anyway. Might as well be doing something. And they trade fast food with the Arctic researchers in exchange for the Arctic researchers not telling the public about them because they're not ready to deal with the public yet. And then they start summoning their planes, start flying, practicing flying. And then there's a whole thing that happens that I've planned that I really liked. I thought would be really funny. So all 5 of them rent a big house together in the county since they can't afford to live in the city. The Red Ranger has a girlfriend that lives with them, right? But she didn't go on the camping trip because that was more of a them thing. But when they come back, she notices something's different. They progressively talk to each other less and less, which she thinks is odd. And they start going out to work out together a lot, but won't tell her where they're going. What she doesn't know is because of the way their crystals were made, their crystals were made using a new procedure to make one big crystal using a large black hole generator and carve out multiple smaller crystals from the one large crystal. They're connected in a telepathic bond. And what she doesn't know is that since they're connected in a telepathic bond, they just slowly forget to talk out loud to each other because it becomes so much more natural for them to just speak mentally to each other. But for her, it's like she watches as these 5 friends slowly just start talking to each other less and less and less until it finally goes an entire week and she never hears them say a single word to each other while they're living in the same house. They're walking past each other. It seems like they're interacting, but they're not talking. The only time she hears them talk is when they're talking to her. So she confronts Red and she's like, okay, what's going on? Everything's been getting weird. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna tell you. We got superpowers. And she's like, she thinks he's making fun of her at first. She's just like, okay, all right, you think this is funny. But then he summons his armor and is like, see, this is real. He transforms in front of her. And after that, she's like, I don't know if I want to be involved because they have the 6th crystal, right? But they don't know how to harmonize it to someone. And she's like, I don't know if I want to use the crystal, but I definitely would want to. Yes, it should never go over easily. Needs to have some level of trouble happening. Well, I want it to be like a thing where like she panics at first until like she thinks, okay, she's like, my partner is making a joke out of this thing that is really you know, my boyfriend's making a joke out of something that's really serious, right? And so she's like, this is happening, he's making a joke out of it. But then he transforms and she's like, whoa. but then she needs to get involved. She doesn't know if she wants to like get the powers, even if they could harmonize the sixth crystal to her. But what she does know is that she wants to be involved somehow. And she's very different from them. She's the only one in the house that actually graduated college, right? She was a poli-sci major in college and she works an office job, right? So she's very much on the opposite end of like the spectrum of like kind of income and all of that stuff, right? And she like studies world politics and world events as a hobby. So what happens is she wants to be their man in the chair, essentially, where she starts coordinating with them, right? And she starts doing some research, finding situations across the globe where they could covertly insert themselves to actually help people and help make the world a better place, because she's also an activist, right? When she can be, she's an activist. So she's like, where can they, across the globe, I want it to be kind of a global thing, not just focused here in America, but like a global thing, where like, she's like, there's this going on here, and this going on there, and this going on here, where you can insert yourselves covertly to do something while still getting to train and push your limits and enhance how you use your powers. And at first they're acting in secret, but then something big happens. Now this next part is very much inspired by modern events. It's very much inspired by modern events, and I will qualify that. There's a whole thing where there's a space station and there's these number of astronauts that are trapped on the space station. Something's gone wrong on the space station, whether it be they need more air or food or water or something. Something's going wrong on the space station and they only have a few days left to live. And it's become a public spectacle. Everyone's like, why can no government save them, right? And then in the beginning, there's a thing where they had left a document explaining everything they knew for the president so that she could know what's going on. So that way they told someone what's going on so the world governments can start to prepare. In that document, they left an email address that can be used to contact them. And the president, I have a female president in this story, and she finally just says, okay, I'm going to do it. She emails them and she's like, can you save these astronauts? And they're like, sure. And they summon their space fighters and they fly into orbit and they rescue the astronauts, and it's a big public spectacle. That's them announcing their I am here moment to the world. And after that, they're acting more openly. But then a few months later, like a month, not even a month before the aliens are slated to arrive. Oh, Autumn Aesthetic. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Oriansenshi. I am a mech pilot VTuber. I do writing streams. I do gaming. I do game development. I do TTRPG stuff. I do game creation streams. And OC creation streams. Thank you for the raid over on the Twitch side. Thank you for the raid. I always welcome the raid. I always love it when people watch me on Twitch because I actually get some sense for that. But yeah, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for coming. What were you doing, Autumn? Well, it looks like people are in an ad, so I'll wait till the ad ends. Ah. All right, everyone should be back from the ad break. What were you doing in your stream, Autumn Aesthetic? What were you doing in your stream? But yeah, so there's the whole thing where the aliens are coming, and what they reveal, what the Earth governments reveal, is they've all been coordinating. And the reason why they couldn't save the astronauts is because all of their resources had been getting pooled in completing this project that's been working in the background secretly for years to create a space warship. So that way they could use that to originally was to defend their satellites from terrorists and from people who might destroy the satellites and threaten the peace, right? But with this warning from the Cosmic Champions, they've repurposed it for extraterrestrial defenses. Oh, nice, Noel Main. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Noel Main. Yep, very sugoi. Very, very sugoi. Let me check something real quick. Okay. 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 All right. So now I have to actually start planning out what's going to happen for the actual space battle, for the actual battle whenever they're like, there's all this stuff with the lead up and the 6 months leading up to the aliens, but then actually having, like, that's kind of going to be Act 1 is going to be the lead up to the aliens showing up. Okay. So we've got, I don't know. I'm reusing bad guys that I developed for a TTRPG I ran a while back. Oh, Forever, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Also, I realized I didn't really introduce myself to any of Autumn Aesthetics raiders who came in. I am Oriansenshi, mech pilot VTuber. There was an ad running, so I didn't want to talk during the ad. But I do writing streams, gaming streams, TTRPG streams, game development streams. I do all that stuff. I always like to create a positive environment, and I always encourage people to bring their own stuff to work on at the same time. Maybe. I'm debating doing what I've been doing, which is just write a novel. Like, that's just what I do with ideas, Hero Girls, is I write a novel. I might do it, like, yeah. You never know. We're chugging along through the year. Depending on how long it takes me to finish Archangel Armor, I might do this for NaNoWriMo. It's a bit of a nostalgic trip. The theme is basically a mix between Yu-Gi-Oh!, Genshin Impact on an epic journey vibe. Nice, Noel May. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I might do some stuff to like outline it and do this for NaNoWriMo. Like, because we've only, like, what is it? We're in July. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. D&D meets Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog? Oh my gosh. Now you're speaking my language. Speaking of D&D meets Mystic Knights. Okay. There was a character I wanted to play. I think I played him in like one shot. But imagine a D&D barbarian, right? Follow me on this. But their rage, instead of being a blind rage of like snarling and spitting in anger, right? Is them summoning mystic weapons and armor, or summoning mystic armor and enhancing their weapon with magical might. I think I did in a one shot. I played a version of that. There's not a thing that actually like does that per se. Like, you would definitely do a totem barbarian in order to gain some of the benefits of a totem. Well, actually, depending on how you flavor it, you could do almost any type of barbarian for it, like totem, storm, like almost any type of barbarian you could do with it. I remember I was talking to one of my friends about it, and he was like, my question is, if you're going to do this, and if this is some kind of mystical armor, why is it you can't cast when you're in the armor? because you can't cast when you're in rage. And I'm like, well, what if the armor takes up all my magic? What if my magic is my armor? Or like it, when I have the armor on it, like it separates me from the weave somehow. So that way I can't cast like some kind of a thing, anti-magic armor or something. I made a subclass of Barbarian that was actually based on the Legend of Dragoon, which I still need to finish. I still need to finish Legend of Dragoon. This is like what happens. I get on a tangent and then I just like don't pick the game back up for like years on end. Wasn't that because he was just hiding who he was? Ah. But yeah. Okay. But yeah, I could do Cosmic Champions as my NaNoWriMo project. Because we've got like, what, 4 months? 4 months gives me time to finish Archangel Armor. Oh, that's funny, Nabiru. That's funny. But yeah, if I do this for NaNoWriMo, that gives me 4 months to finish Archangel Armor. And because I'm about halfway through, I'm a little over halfway through Archangel Armor. I'll probably have to do some off-stream writing too to finish Archangel Armor. And then after I finish Archangel Armor, or maybe while I'm working on it, I'll do a stream to like outline the Cosmic Champion story. I still have I still have the Catlandia story I could do. I have the Catlandia story that's already outlined, which I want to revise the outline for the Catlandia story. Because I realized I don't like how Act 3 plays out. Like, in my outline, I don't like how Act 3 plays out, so I want to remake the outline for the Catlandia story. Okay. Anyway. It is almost 12:30. We are coming up on 4 hours. I'm hungry. We have a lot of people in stream, which is nice. It's definitely nice to have people here. But let's start winding down. Let me save where I'm at. Gotta get that bread in your tummy. Reminded me, your smart tech girl being the one to monitor and help the team reminds me of a cartoon. I've heard of Mask. I've never seen Mask, which is really funny because from what I've seen of Mask, I think it probably would have been a thing that I would have loved as a kid, but I have no recollection of watching it. And I'm like, I have no idea why I never watched this. Like, from what I've seen when I've done research on Mask, it looks like, I think it was airing on the channels I was watching at the time when I would have been watching stuff, but I just have no recollection of it. When you said gotta get that bread, I'm like, does this mean I need to keep streaming longer because there are more people watching? Alright. But we got a lot of stuff done. Go make a sandwich. Yeah, I'll make a bean and veggie sandwich. During the greatness across a continent filled with creatures and magic, I'm making so the GM can create the creatures and other stuff. Oh, so you're creating the world and the GM is going to be, and someone else is going to run it? That's really interesting. That's really interesting. Okay. All right, everybody. Tonight was fun. We had a lot of people come through. I was a little worried that after doing so many so many Honkai Star Rail streams, that people wouldn't come to my writing stream tonight, especially because I didn't advertise it early. I was worried people would just like not come to the stream because it wasn't a Honkai Star Rail stream. But I was glad that people came and people interacted. We had a lot of really cool people coming through the stream. Had some new people too, which is nice. That was very nice. Oh. But okay, there's something I do need to work on. There's something I do need to work on that I wanna remember to do before next stream. Is I want to work on setting up subtitles so that way hearing impaired people can watch my streams. I don't know how many, I don't know if I really have an audience for it, but I want to be able to serve that community. There are, for OBS, there are plugins to create captions. So, if you all don't see captions next stream, ask me what happened. Ask me what happened next stream. And I'll, so I can remember. But yeah. Let's go and look at all the people who came through tonight. I gotta hope I'm not getting evicted. That's the other thing that's like really, that's really worrying me. The whole thing with my landlord being like, we didn't get your rent for the last 4 months. I'm like, oh, yes, you did. That's cool, Noel, man. That's really awesome. Yeah, like it was really funny, Hero Girls. I've been waiting on this document to come in that I could use to get my my temporary disability turned back on so I actually can have income again, right? So I was waiting for that to come in, and I get a thing. The USPS has a thing called like informed delivery, where they send you an email if you have mail going out to your mailbox today. And I got it, and it has a picture of whatever's coming. And I got a picture. It's like, okay, this is a thing. I'm like, okay, that's a thing from Social Security. So then I woke up later, like 7 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was like, okay, let me go get my mail. And I go to get my mail, and taped to my door is a notice that has my name misspelled, of all things, and is like, you owe us $181. If you don't pay within the next 10 days, we'll file an eviction notice. And I'm like, what in the world? I have receipts for all my money orders that I made for paying you all. If you all lost the money, that's not on me. but it might actually be on me. I might have to, like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I did everything they told me to do with delivering the money. And I'm just like, I delivered the money. I put the money in the slot, in the drop slot. I keep receipts for all my money orders I use for my rent. So I'm like, I took pictures of all of them in case anything happens. And I have the receipt from when I actually purchased the money order. My landlord doesn't give out receipts for saying they received the money. But like you put the money in a drop slot and you have to call, if you want to get confirmation from them, you can call them and they will give you confirmation that they received it. And I haven't done that because social anxiety and trying to trust that the system was going to work. But yeah, that was a whole thing. Anyway, let's wind down. I got distracted. Let me scroll to the top and see who was all here tonight. So we had Nabiru, Nevermore was here. We had Anime Lover, Noel Main, and there was Silva. Jesus was here. Silva, Nabiru, Noel Main. I know Jesus was here in the beginning. Along with, I think Julian was here. Why is my mouse wheel acting up on me? Kimberly was here. We had a new person. And we had, Country Girl was here. Thank you was here. That was another person that came. LeMay was here. That was the other person. LeMay. Violet was here. There was Julian. Heartgrave was here. And Hero Girls. So, to everyone who was in chat tonight, it was great having all of you here. To anyone who watched and just lurked and didn't say anything in chat, I was planning to. Why? What's up, Julian? I was just shouting out everybody. What's up, Julian? Doing a stretch. Nobody to redeem for it, but I'm going to do my own stretch. Well, that's no problem. But yeah. So this is, I don't know, have you been here for my outro, Julian? This is how I do my outro. I shout out everybody who was in chat, which is nice to be able to do that, being small enough. I shout out, Autumn Aesthetic gave me a raid. That was another thing that happened tonight. And to anyone who watched the stream and didn't say anything in chat, was just lurking, And to anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, to anyone who did shout, who I shouted out, who was in chat, anyone I missed, to all of you, I say, I love you. And I believe in each and every one of you. Thank you all for coming to the stream. Thank you for being a part of this community. Thank you for helping to make... No, it's perfectly fine, Julian. I was just glad you're here. Thank you all for making time in your schedules to come see me. I appreciate it. I appreciate your time, your energy, and your attention. I believe that you all are truly valuable, precious treasures of human beings with a unique potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own one-of-a-kind way. I believe that you are important, you matter, you are valid and worthy of love and deserving of happiness and good things. I believe your hopes, your fears, your dreams, and your concerns are valid and worthy of notice. You matter. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot through the stars, shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. One last thing. Well, a few last things, actually. If you're watching on YouTube, please be sure to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with pushing it out to more people. And the more people we have, the more this community can grow. So if you're watching on YouTube, please be sure to like the stream. If you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or relatives or coworkers, arch nemesis, friends to lovers, lovers to enemies, best friend, coworker, anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. Next stream is going to be Monday, 8:30 p.m. EST. Don't quite know what I'm going to do yet, but it'll be Monday. I am setting a challenge. If I get more than 300 YouTube subscribers before the end of 2024, I will do a cursed food eating stream with a hand cam. I'll instead of having my camera recording my face for my VTuber model, I'll have a still VTuber model and the camera will be aimed down at my hands. And all of the food will be vegan because I am vegan. But it will be a cursed food eating stream. And if by some miracle I shoot past that and reach 1,000 YouTube subscribers before the end of 2024, I will be doing that and doing a karaoke stream. So that is the reward if the community can find more people to drag in here. Now, don't force people. Just if you think they'll enjoy, feel free to invite them and show them my content. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can subscribe on YouTube and ding the notification bell. It'll let you know when I release any new content or when I go live. You can follow me on Twitch or on Blue Sky Social or Twitter or X, or you can join my Discord. Get them in the van. Got it. Exactly. You know. Or you can join my Discord. Links to all of those are in the description down below on YouTube and on the About page on Twitch. One last thing. You do not have to donate to be here. You are not expected to give money to be welcome in this community. I value each and every one of you, your time, your energy, and your attention. I think that you are truly precious, and I'm grateful to have you here. But with that said, I do appreciate the people who have donated to help make things possible for me in the past, especially with these sudden bills and whole thing happening with my landlord and my loss of income and everything else. I appreciate all the people who donate to make things possible. If you ever feel motivated to donate and it is financially responsible to do so, there are links where you can do so in the description below on YouTube and the donate button on Twitch. On YouTube, there is the PayPal where you can do direct donation, one-time donation, and Ko-fi where you can do one-time donation or sign up for monthly donation. There's not currently rewards for the monthly donation, And if you're going to do one-time donation, I prefer if you do PayPal, please. But the monthly donation is if you just want to have a tangible way to say that you appreciate my content on a regular basis. The donate button on Twitch will take you to Ko-fi, where again you can do one-time donation or monthly donation. Thank you all for coming. Have yourselves a good night. I only have one viewer on Twitch right now, so I'm sorry for the viewer on Twitch. I'm not going to raid anybody. I am hungry, so I am just going to go and stream. Good night, everybody.